Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the ICISAA and Leaders Forum Day 2. And before we begin, I have a few announcements for you. For those of you who are not understanding, less understanding English and feel more comfortable in Korean, and for everyone who, there may be a need for you during this program where you need the translation. So there is simultaneous interpretation service being provided today as well. So if you have not picked up your translation device on your way in, please make your way back out to the registration desk and pick one up and have it worn on your ear. And on your translation device, channel 1 is Korean interpretation, and channel 2 will be English. So as you're making your ways out and in for the translation device, let me continue on with other announcements. As I have mentioned yesterday, there is a very special concert happening at 7 p.m. at the main auditorium on this campus. This will be commemorating the university's 117th anniversary, as well as congratulating the hosting of this very event. And it's going to be a very exciting concert, so make sure to be there on time, okay? And something happening. Everybody's getting this alert. Okay, on the right-handed side of the hall, lobby, right outside of this hall, there are special spaces for our VIPs, like the participants for this Leaders Forum, the presidents of the administrative universities across the world. And there is another space reserved for all the speakers and lecturers. That's a special resting lounge for you. So feel free to go there and relax and sit back. Okay. And lastly, how many booths have you visited yesterday, and how many stamps have you got? Remember, today is the last day, right? And you want to collect all 12 stamps to be eligible for the prize drawing event tomorrow at the closing ceremony. So make sure to visit the gymnasium and visit around all the 12 booths, as well as check out the presentation sessions as well. Poster sessions. All right. We'll take a few more seconds until everybody is settled in their seats, and then we will go ahead and begin our plenary session. 네, 한국어로 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 본 행사에서는 동시통역을 제공해드리고 있고요. 혹시 들어오시는 길에 동시통역 기기를 받지 못하신 분들께서는 다시 등록 데스크로 나가셔서 하나 받아가지고 오시면 1번 채널을 고정하시면 한국어 통역을 들으실 수 있고 2번 채널에 맞추시면 영어로 동시통역을 들으실 수가 있습니다. 곧 이어서 바로 기조 강연 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Plenary session momentarily.
Good morning, everyone. So did you get some good rest last night? Yes, very good. It was wonderful to confirm our passion for Adventist education yesterday. St. Paul wrote in Romans 8:28, and we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Well, we do know we love our God. we do know that we are called according to his purpose, right? And therefore, we know that in today's program too, God will be with us and guide us as we seek ways to further cooperate for the development of Adventist education. Now, allow me to introduce the chairperson who will lead the second plenary lecture session. She is Dr. Shin Sung-ne, Vice President of ISAA and a faculty member of the School of Nursing of Samyuk University. So with no further ado, I'm going to hand over the mic to Dr. Shin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Shin with a warm hand.
Thank you for introducing me, Dr. Yoon. I'm very honored to be a moderator for the plenary session this morning. I also would like to send our best greetings to all the participants who are joining with us through internet. I have not heard how many people have joined us yesterday, but I'm sure more than 100 people have watched our opening ceremony, and today a lot of people are coming in. This morning, we are extremely honored to have Dr. Richard Hart as a speaker, and before we begin, I'd like to briefly introduce him. He is actually connected, but because of his roles and responsibilities to the university, he was not able to attend here in person, but he pre-recorded his lecture, so we will be watching and listening his pre-recorded lecture first, and he will be joining with us for the Q&A session in person. Probably many of you may know Dr. Hart already, but I would like to briefly introduce Dr. Hart. Dr. Richard Hart currently serves as a president of Loma Linda University Health. This is the umbrella corporation that includes the enterprises, academic, healthcare, and research organizations. He earned his Doctor of Medicine degree from Loma Linda University School of Medicine in 1970. Followed by a Doctor of Public Health and International Health at Johns Hopkins University in 1977, also becoming board certified in preventive medicine. Dr. Hart has served Loma Linda University since 1972 in a variety of ways that includes Chair of School of Public Health Department of Health Science, Director of Director of Center for Health Promotion, Chair of the School of Medicine's Department of Preventive Medicine, Dean of School of Public Health, and President, previously Chancellor and CEO of the university. Dr. Hart's vision extends beyond the wall of Loma Linda University, not only to the local communities, but also to the villages and towns, the hospitals and mission clinics in the farthest reaches of our globe. He has served as a chief of party for USAID project in Tanzania, where he developed a national maternal and child health program that is still a model for Africa today. His passion for humanitarian service has led to the development of a variety of programs at Loma Linda University. That includes Student for International Mission Service and Social Action Community Health System, a local low-cost clinic for the medically underserved population, and more recently to the establishment of San Manuel Gateway College, a part of Loma Linda University's San Bernardino campus. Dr. Hart also serves as a president of Adventist Health International, a management corporation established to restore Adventist mission hospitals worldwide. As I mentioned before, unfortunately, he is not with us, but we have his pre-recorded lecture. So first, we will invite Dr. Hart on the screen and listen his lecture first, and we will have a Q&A session. Would you please welcome Dr. Hart on the screen? Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you.
What a privilege it is for me today to speak to you, coming from the campus of Loma Linda University, but to this distinguished group on the campus of Samyuk University in Korea. I want to honor all those who have come together and the privilege we have of being educators and scientists in this world today. I want to talk to you today about the evolution of Adventist healthcare. We sometimes think evolution is a bad word, but in this case, it's an impressive word as we've watched what's happened over the past 160 years. So I want to first take you back to 1863. If you think back, that's the year America was in the middle of a bloody civil war, the North and the South fighting against each other. Abraham Lincoln was president. The country was trying to shrug off slavery that it had for so many years before that. The early leaders of the Adventist Church had taken a stand on various issues. They actually helped slaves escape from the South, helped to engage in the Underground Railway to help them get out of the South. They were fighting against abolition, trying to work on improving health of Americans. And it was in that year, 1863, that Ellen White, one of the founders of the Adventist Church, had her initial vision focused on health and the principles of good health care. You see, at that time, the American medical establishment was steeped in all sorts of traditions. They used strychnine, they used morphine, they used blood leeches to drain blood from people, many different practices that we'd find absurd today, and yet they were common practices then. And it was at that time Ellen White came out and said, you know, there are 8 simple practices that will improve health instead of all these other things pushed on by physicians. And she spelled those out: pure air, sunlight, abstemiousness, which means avoiding alcohol and drugs, rest, exercise, water, clean air, and trust in divine power. Those 8 simple remedies became the foundation for what became an Adventist healthcare system throughout the world. She recruited a young physician by the name of John Harvey Kellogg to start the first healthcare institution. So 3 years later, in 1866, the Health Reform Institute was started, initially in the home of a retired federal judge in Michigan, and then a few years later, John Harvey Kellogg built the Battle Creek Sanitarium, modifying the word sanitarium for a former word sanatorium, used for a place for injured soldiers. And John Harvey Kellogg made a name for himself, attracting famous businessmen, presidents, and others from across the country and around the world with his simple remedies: rest, good nutrition, exercise, some surgery, and other sorts of things that made Battle Creek Sanitarium famous. But by the time 10 to 20 years had gone by, he started a medical school in 1895 called the American Medical Missionary College. But he'd also started drifting away from Adventist church beliefs towards what's called pantheism, a belief that God is everywhere, and doing various things. So Ellen White became disenfranchised with John Harvey Kellogg. The church leaders kind of said, no, this is not going to work. And Ellen White called on a young pastor, John Burden, to go find a new place in Southern California. California was just opening up to the country at that time, and said, see if you can find a place where we can start a health institute based upon these principles. And I won't tell the full story of Loma Linda at this place, but at this time, but he eventually found a hotel, resort hotel, that 2 different business groups had tried to make a business out of, had failed, and it was now on the market. They were asking $155,000 for it, not a lot of money now, but a lot of money back in those days. And John Burden put his first $1,000 down. Miraculously, the other money came, and they eventually bought Loma Linda for $38,000, a discounted price to establish Loma Linda Sanitarium. That was the year 1905. And if you look back in the board minutes from that time, when we started a minimal board, minimal faculty, there was an argument. Was Loma Linda a hospital or a college? And that argument continues to today. Loma Linda, what is it? Are you a hospital or are you an institution, a university? And all of our institutions face many things because we do both train and heal patients. The first name for Loma Linda was the College of Evangelists. And that lasted for about a year, and then they started setting their sights on starting a medical school. Because the first year they started 2 schools, a school of nursing and a school of cooks and bakers, emphasizing the nutritional aspect of Ellen White's message. But a year later, by 1906, they changed the name to College of Medical Evangelists, and 1909 was able to start a medical school. It was the very time when the country recognized that medical education in this country was very poorly done, varying curriculum, different lengths of time, and a man by the name of Abraham Flexner was commissioned by the federal government to put standards up and actually shut down half of the medical schools in America, right the same year, 1909, that Loma Linda University was starting its medical school. It was tough those first few years. Only 9 students came to medical school. They didn't have enough faculty. They didn't have enough patients. But they kept persisting, kept going, and eventually were able to develop a full-fledged medical school that carried on over those years. And those first graduates, one of the commitments was to spread around the world, to share the Adventist health message around the world. And so graduates started going out, both in medicine and nursing, all over the world. An amazing statistic to look back is from 1900 to 1950, the Adventist Church started 100 hospitals around the world, 2 hospitals a year for 50 years, as they spread the Adventist health message around the world. Seoul Adventist Sanitarium was one of those, started in 1908, only 3 years after Loma Linda, that this hospital was established. And what a blessing it has been through the years to others. Busan Adventist Hospital came in 1951, at the end of that remarkable 50-year period of growth. Another important event happened just in 1944, 1945, just as World War II was ending in Europe. A young Anglican pastor by the name of J.B. Phillips was struggling in the city of London. His church had been bombed. He was having to work in the basement. He was trying to keep his young parishioners together, trying to help them encourage them that the war would end and that to stay close to God. And he decided on a simple task, to try to translate the New Testament from the traditional old King James Version into modern English to make it more pertinent for the young people in his church. And so he labored day after day in his bombed-out church, translating, checking with friends on various meetings and so on, until he finally came up with the New Testament in modern English. But during those studies, during that time, J.B. Phillips came across another concept, a concept that came out of the New Testament, the concept that good health, wholeness, is embodied in putting all the physical, intellectual, social, and spiritual aspects of life together. And he wrote a small book that he titled Creating Men Whole. And that simple book that started launching the concept of wholeness, making man whole, was a powerful book, but not many people noticed it. But across a continent in California, a young faculty at Loma Linda in 1953-54 were planning for their 50th anniversary in 1955 for Loma Linda, still called the College of Medical Evangelists. The committee assigned to that were trying to come up with a motto, to something that would bring meaning to what Loma Linda was all about. And they came across that book, Making Men Whole, and they said, that's it. That's our title. And so the motto, to make man whole, became the motto of Loma Linda University in 1955, and is carried in that way even to the present. The next few years saw Loma Linda established, saw Adventist Church stop growing quite so fast, but faced a new set of circumstances, as we did really around the world. Governments more and more recognized that it was necessary to provide health care for their people, and so they gradually started more hospitals of their own. They gradually started providing funding for private hospitals, and more Adventist hospitals became involved with the government in providing health care for their population. In many respects, that was good. It provided money that was necessary, but it also brought in an element of control that was difficult for some Adventists to understand. And gradually, hospitals became big business. They needed more money. They borrowed money. They took out debt to try to keep up with the modern changes in medicine. In the United States during that time, the hospital leaders, we had about 75 hospitals here in America then, said, we're not going to make it by ourselves. We ought to put our hospitals together, make a system. Let's create systems that can somehow lean on each other. We can do better branding. We can do bulk purchasing. We can recruit people better if we have our hospitals linked together. And so gradually across the United States, the hospitals started coalescing into systems that created the Adventist Health brand for our hospitals. And gradually those systems developed, one in the west here, one in the southeast, Loma Linda, one around Kettering, Ohio, and one in the east. There's now 5 Adventist health systems that function in the United States. At the same time, of course, more and more graduates came out from Loma Linda. More and more graduates came out from other health institutions, training nurses, gradually doctors, dentists, and others. Samuel University has been a part of that. But many of those people could not work in the Adventist hospitals, in the Adventist system. There simply was not employment for all of them. And so they started spreading out to wherever they could find jobs, in hospitals and clinics, in their own practices, and so on. And they carried the Adventist health message wherever they went. And during those years, 1950, 1960, the Adventist Church came to be known as a place for health teaching. Many cooking schools were started, nutrition programs were started. Perhaps the most famous was the 5-day plan to stop smoking, created by J. Wayne McFarland, a graduate from Loma Linda, and Elmer Falkenberg, a pastor, and created a simple technique to help people stop smoking. And many of us, myself included, through the years, talked in 5-day plans to stop smoking and helped literally thousands of people learn to stop smoking. So the years went by. The systems became bigger, gradually expanded in many different ways, and coalesced into 5 different systems. The concept of wholeness matured, and gradually here at Loma Linda, through a variety of faculty, the concept of whole person care came out. The idea that indeed just treating a disease is not enough, helping the person to understand both their illness, understanding their social connections, understanding their mind development, understanding the spiritual value in all this was critically important. It's interesting, in about 1955, scientists here at Loma Linda, some of the faculty said, we'd like to study Adventists. We'd like to see whether or not they really are as healthy as we think they are. And so they wrote to the board here at Loma Linda and said, we'd like to launch a study comparing Adventist health to those in the community that are similar in the community but are not members of the church. And the board wasn't sure. Should we do this? What if we're not better off? What if we're not healthier than the others? But finally they agreed, and those 2 professors, Frank Lemon and the fellow working with him, decided to launch a study comparing Adventists in the community to a matched control from the American Cancer Society. And lo and behold, they discovered that indeed Adventists had less cancer, lived longer, had healthier life than the others. And that became part of the foundation for the Adventist Health Study. And so in 1974, the Adventist Health Study 1 was launched, and we looked at initially 30,000 Adventists throughout the state of California that monitored very carefully all their diets, how long they'd been an Adventist, what their practices were, had they smoked beforehand, what their alcohol use was before if they did, what their nutrition was, whether they were overweight, many different variables. And out of that study, carried on for about 20 years, funded by the National Institutes of Health here in America, the results came back that indeed Adventists are considerably healthier. In fact, 7 to 10 years longer life expectancy among the Adventists by doing the things that we do. One of the interesting variables in this, though, when they looked at all the things they tried to match and control for, somehow the concept of what was called religiosity still stood out. Even if you had people that ate the same, didn't smoke, exercised the same, weighed the same, the Adventists still had a bit of an advantage. And what was that? And the final conclusion was it was probably the fact that we come together on Sabbath. We have potlucks, sometimes not always healthy potlucks. We have potlucks, but the social interaction, the collaboration we have together provide the social support that encouraged people to follow good health habits and was part of what contributed to the increased longevity of Adventists. By the time the year 2000 came, many things were continuing to evolve. By that time, the Adventist Church had around 200 hospitals around the world. Half of them were in America by that time, and roughly half of them were scattered in many other countries. There were 25 across Africa, there were 11 in India, there were 11 in the Philippines, there were 15 in America, and there were another 15 or so scattered across various countries of Asia, including Seoul, Tokyo, Bangkok, and so on. Those systems also started saying, maybe we should create a system. Maybe we can do better if we come together. And one of our graduates from Loma Linda, John Lee, went back to Asia and helped to create a system within what is now the Northern Asia Pacific Division to try to, or back at that time, the Far Eastern Division, to try to help our hospitals work together. And for some years it was very successful. But the forces that pull hospitals apart, national politics, various other issues and so on, gradually pulled that system apart. So it no longer exists today in quite the same way. We're still looking for ways to try to collaborate and do better than we do, but by and large, most institutions are on their own, except here in America, where we're still trying to do things together. Another part of this thing started emerging at that point in time, and that was the whole concept of wholeness. What does it really mean to have an Adventist health care? Our hospitals by then were faith-based. We always acknowledged that. But it was hard to find enough Adventists to fill up hospitals. We had some 85 hospitals in America at that point in time, and we simply could not find enough Adventists to staff all these hospitals. And we started going down a road that's similar to what's happened in many other countries of recruiting others to fill specialist positions, but people who were not members of the Adventist Church. We recruited for what we called mission fit, people that understood who we were. They were members of other churches, but identified with the Adventist message and said, yes, we will work with you. We will be part of what you're trying to do. We want to be part of the Adventist health system. And so they came together and became part of our staff. That raised concerns among the church members. How can you still be an Adventist hospital if you don't have only Adventist staff? And yet gradually we've had to face that. I'm sure that's the case in many of the hospitals in Asia as well, in which many of our employees now are not members of the Adventist Church. But we still want to hang on to that faith-based message, that message of compassion and caring that we find so important for us. It was during that time that Loma Linda started also struggling with our mission statement and came up with a statement that we use today: to continue the teaching and healing ministry of Jesus Christ. Even though our staff may not be all of the same beliefs, we wanted to confirm that indeed that was our goal, to continue the teaching and healing ministry of Jesus Christ. And during that time also, some 15, 20 years ago now, we identified 7 core values that we consider to be a critical part of who we are. And I want to share those with you because I think they're important as part of the guidepost, part of the plan we have to continue the special ministry of the Adventist Church. I remember those 7 core values by the mnemonic, see with Jesus' eyes. So C stands for compassion. The letter C stands for compassion. With, the word with, W-I-T-H, stands for wholeness, integrity, teamwork, and humility. The J in Jesus stands for justice, and the E in eyes stands for excellence. See with Jesus' eyes: compassion, wholeness, integrity, teamwork, humility, justice, and excellence. And let me talk about each one of those briefly with you. So compassion. What is compassion? It's more than sympathy. It's more than feeling sorry for somebody. It's embedding yourself, becoming part of their journey, trying to share their burden, their pain, their suffering with you. In the center of our campus here at Loma Linda, we have the Good Samaritan statue, a statue showing the Levite and the rabbi passing the injured man beside the road on the way to Jericho and leaving him there. In their minds, they ask the question, if I stop to help him, what might happen to me? Because it was a dangerous part of the road and they didn't want to be in personal danger. Until the Samaritan came along, a different tribe, a different people, a different language, and saw the man injured by the road and stopped to help him. See, he asked a different question. He asked, if I don't stop to help, what will happen to him? And so, as you know, he bandaged his wounds, put him on his donkey, took him to the inn to be cared for, offered to pay for his care until he could return and settle the debt. So the Good Samaritan is a very emblematic part of our campus, right in the center of campus, an iconic structure that points the way for all of Loma Linda faculty, students, and staff. This is who we are. That stands for the word compassion. That's such a key part of Adventist healthcare. The W in with stands for wholeness. And I've already talked about wholeness, whole person care, recognizing the totality of the human experience as being part of what makes men whole. It's interesting now, many other people are adopting similar things. The state of California, here in California, just came out recently with a mandate to all the healthcare institutions in California, practice whole person care, using the very terminology that we use, but recognizing the value of putting that all together. The next word is integrity, telling the truth, always being honest, always being fair on bills, on what you tell patients, on how you deal with each other, and so on. Integrity is a critical part of healthcare, of being part of a system that values the truth at all times. There's a saying that says, trees fall with spectacular fashion, with spectacular crashes, but planting is silent and growth is invisible. That's integrity. It doesn't come easy. It's something you have to build in yourself, commit to, and carry on for years to come. The T in WIS stands for teamwork, working together. Interdisciplinary training, interdisciplinary teams working together. We go to great efforts here to try to train our students together. So medical students and dental students and pharmacy students and nursing students and public health students and physical therapy students learn to train together so they understand what each other does and can lean on each other. It's a critical part of trying to provide quality health care today. The H in WIS stands for humility. That's a tough value. Where do you get humility? This is not something you can teach in a classroom. This is something that has to be modeled. It has to come from inside to really make you part of, to make you humble. And that's very difficult for young professionals. They've studied well, they're very bright, they've learned their skills, they go out into the world, they get respect, and yet also are expected to remain humble. A tough value to teach. There's a great saying that I like that speaks to this. It says, work for a cause, not for applause. Live to inspire, not to impress. Don't try to make your presence noticed, make your absence felt. That's humility. That's understanding that the skills we are given, God has given us to use for His glory. And it's not something that we should become big in the head about or proud about, but use for His glory. The J in Jesus stands for justice. Where is justice in healthcare? How do we do this? And I would suggest that justice comes about in who you treat, how you treat them. Every one of us is a child of God. So the person that comes in without any money, dirty, perhaps from the street, homeless, is just as much a child of God as the one who comes from a nice car and a nice home with good clothes. That justice part is difficult in today's healthcare system because we all seek to have our hospitals be able to survive financially. We need insurance schemes. We need various things to pay for things. And yet I hope we always keep in mind that all people are children of God, equally needing His care and love. And finally, the E in I stands for excellence. Wrapping that all together in a way that helps us to understand that we indeed are called to do our best, the very best that God has given us, the skills, the knowledge, the information. It's conferences like this that help to upgrade our skills, to share our knowledge, that can help others to understand how to most effectively relate to what we do. So those are the 7 core values from Loma Linda: compassion, wholeness, integrity, teamwork, humility, justice, and excellence. They are what we teach our students. They are what we try to model for our students and for our faculty and staff to try to care for others. So as you attend this conference, I wish for you an understanding of the sacred nature of Adventist healthcare, what it has brought to the world. We now have a system of over 200 hospitals around the world. We have 7 medical schools, 5 dental schools, over 100 nursing schools that make up the Adventist healthcare system. We have 118 colleges and universities. SAMUC is part of one of those that engage in educating our young people and others to understand these core principles. We become big, and that scares me somewhat. Here in the United States now, the 5 Adventist healthcare systems have a collective budget of around $30 billion US. 150,000 employees altogether make up the Adventist health system. And yet I'm hoping within that system, healthcare is provided one by one to patients that are in need, patients who are suffering, patients who are looking for care in this world. That's the distinguishing marks of Adventist healthcare. And I've said many times, we may have competition, there may be government hospitals, private hospitals, other hospitals, but no one has an edge on Adventist healthcare. The kind of caring, compassion, and the sense of sensing God's presence to each patient, no one can match. So congratulations, thank you to each one of us. It's a privilege to spend this time with you, and I look forward to hearing more about the stories from Adventist healthcare from around the world. God bless each one of you.
Okay, I see your face, Dr. Hart. He is connected right now, you see. Thank you very much, Dr. Hart. We appreciate for your excellent lecture on the revolution of Adventist healthcare. And thank you very much for taking your time to be with us for Q&A session. I'm going to ask audience from the floor to ask some questions you may have. You can raise your hand. His lecture lasted about 26 minutes, so this morning I didn't have to worry about ringing the bell. It doesn't ring. Okay, we have about 20 minutes for Q&A session, so if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hands. Okay, we see hands there.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon. My name is David, student reapplying to Loma Linda Medical School. Thank you for sharing your idea of Adventist healthcare. I was able to understand more in depth about Adventist healthcare. I'm just curious about, I saw your primary care physician, and is there like at Loma Linda, is there a system when you guys seeing a patient using some new technique, like, artificial intelligence is like really growing technique. I used to work at primary care physicians medical office, but I found out like there are many repetitive tasks like the doctors have to do besides seeing the patients. So I was just curious if the Loma Linda University has some system, those like technique helps doctors when seeing the patients.
Thank you for the question. We have already integrated AI with artificial intelligence. As you may know, there are really two kinds of AI. There's generative AI, which is used to evaluate and answer questions, and predictive AI, which tries to use information to predict the future, what's going to happen. It's quite clear that medical education and all health professional education is changing quite dramatically. This was one of the further education history. It's clear that now the question is not so much what you know, but how you manage the information you have access to. And so that's where AI is going to be a significant part of it. We've not yet started building into our patient care profile. That will probably happen in time. Is now artificial intelligence, so it's still to be used by us, by human eyes, to validate what it says. We might need to get to plan lectures, to pick up information and so on. So it's a combination of they're starting to get into it. I don't think we're quite doing what you might get into ask questions of patients, but I suspect that day is coming soon.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Okay, as you think about another question, I have one question. Thank you for introducing 7 core values of the university. You emphasized the several values, but the teamwork has interested me. My question is there a course at Loma Linda University where students studying medicine, dentistry, nursing, and physical therapy may learn about teamwork all at once? If so, is it offered as an elective or mandatory course?
Yes, there is. We have a committee here that's called IPE, Interprofessional Education. And actually, in our simulation lab, they are specifically designed to bring the different disciplines together to deal with various patient issues in the hospital or an outpatient setting or a dental clinic setting, and treat them as a team. So the whole concept of clinical professional education is being built into the system. And in fact, our medical accrediting body, our dental accrediting body, and our pharmacy accrediting body all now require clinical professional education. So it is a key part of what we do. I don't know that there's a course that teaches about it. It's something that we do on campus to demonstrate how to work together as a team. So it's very much part of many of our curricula.
So is it part of a course? Does student get credit by doing that, or is it something that special activity that school require?
It's built into multiple courses. So if you're taking a course in cardiophysiology, then you would come together and in a simulation lab, learn how to take care of a arrhythmia, for instance, or a cardiac patient together with the medical students, the resident, perhaps the physician, specialty training, and nursing students and others, all working together. So we don't pull professional education out of a separate course. We teach it as an integral part of the courses that they take together to learn the skill sets of each discipline.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I see a hand over there at the middle.
Okay, thank you. My name is Audu from Babcock University in Nigeria. Going by your presentation, I would like to ask, in your view, taking us through history and memory lane, in your view, what is the future of the Seventh-day Adventist health system? I heard you mention that most of our health institutions or hospitals do not have enough Seventh-day Adventist doctors or staff to man them. What steps are you taking in terms of the future projections to ensure that this situation is reversed? Thank you very much.
Thank you from Babcock, a great university. You're asking a tough question, and I alluded to this a bit. Adventist healthcare is getting big, very big. As I said, we have 150,000 employees in hospitals just in America, and probably that many again in other hospitals around the world. So how do you maintain the special uniqueness of Adventist healthcare when you have people of various faith traditions? Many of our hospitals now, both in this country and elsewhere, have a minority of people that are members of the Adventist Church. Can we still rally around common values, common beliefs? We believe that's possible, and we work very hard to say, okay, if we're going to be part of an Adventist hospital, these are the kind of things we do. These are the kind of ways we practice medicine. This is what our chaplains do. This is what our students do, and so on. But size makes that difficult, and it's awfully hard to maintain that the bigger you get. But I think you'll have to, if you look across the U.S. and in many other hospitals in the world, which I've visited many of them, there's a strong sense of trying to make that happen. The challenge, frankly, is when some of our smaller hospitals and health companies are struggling to survive financially, and you're not sure you're going to be payroll at the end of the month. And it's very difficult to also maintain a commitment to spiritual care. And that's one of my biggest concerns, is how do we get our hospitals financially stable enough so we can take our eye off of trying to be payroll and be able to focus on the other values that we want to have be part of Adventist healthcare. There are many good models around the world. There are many good slogans. Trying to inculcate that into the practice of the hospital and the practice of clinics is real. I'd make one other point. We talked about Adventist hospitals, 200 around the world, but there's literally thousands, perhaps millions of Adventist health professionals working in other institutions, working for government hospitals and private practice and so on. They are also part of Adventist healthcare. And I think it's critically important that we try to encourage them also to exemplify what we mean when we talk about Adventist healthcare. Giving them materials, encouraging them to come together in conferences, and so on, to try to make sure they also feel like they are part of the Adventist health message.
Another hand here. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Dr. Hart, for such an inspiring speech. My name is Andrew Mutero, Director of Education for East Central Africa Division. And thank you very much for the history. I appreciate that very, very, very much. We are talking about, in the church, one of the terminology is about mission refocus. Mission refocus, and the General Conference has developed a mission refocus matrix, and we are talking of IC budgets that are not going to be available anymore for Africa, and I want to appreciate very much what Romalinda is doing in helping develop in capacity building. Because if after 100 years of Adventist presence in Africa, we still have to rely on a doctor coming from another part of the world, then we need to do much more in helping develop local personnel, developing doctors in the rest of the parts of the world, people who can work in the context. And I think Romalinda is doing well, and I wish you could even do much better and help us develop capacity so that we don't have to depend on other people. And thank you very much for the program, PhD program in nursing, and we hope that is the beginning of many other things that Romalinda can help in developing capacity and developing a model that can work for us. Yes, we train doctors. Sometimes we don't pay them enough, and so we can keep them. So we need to see how we can be able to work in such a way that we make Adventist healthcare work and work in overseas, especially outside North America, and how we can extend the healing ministry of Jesus Christ to as many people as possible, because the health message is the right hand of the gospel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mutero. Good to see you again. You touched on several key issues, and one that I have great concern about. We now have 7 medical schools, we have 5 dental schools, we have around 100 nursing schools. Our buildings are run down, our housing is not good, the schools for our professional children are not good, the salaries are not good. So even though we are training physicians and nurses and dentists, they don't come to work for the church institutions. And that's one of my commitments, is to try to keep working on strengthening our hospitals so we can attract our Adventist young people. That's a huge challenge, and as you well know, we're facing that in East Africa. We've got our new medical school in Alpha. There will soon be graduating doctors, but if experience bears me right, most of them will not work for the church because of the working conditions that we have. So we've got to figure out a way to not only prepare people, but to also prepare institutions to receive them, to let them practice to the top of their skills, to give them the tools and equipment they need, the instruments they need to practice their profession. Some parents give somebody a specialization and then put them out in a hospital where they can't use that specialty because they don't have the instruments they need. So it's a multifaceted issue, and I'm fully aware of all the challenges that are there. Education is often one of the easiest parts of this because we put together a university and train students, but trying to make the professionalism and trying to create an employment base for them when they graduate is a challenge we're still facing as a church.
Another question, yes.
Dr. Hart, this is Calvin Ononga Aoka, same East Central Africa Division with Dr. Mutero. would you not say that the model for training or for empowering the doctors that we have in our systems may be faulty? Because if you train them with the state-of-the-art equipment, and then after they graduate, you send them down to mission hospitals that are hundreds of kilometers away from the urban areas where they can practice, and put them on the salary scale that is insignificant compared to what their colleagues are getting around. Isn't that a faulty system that needs to be corrected as soon as possible, rather than know that this problem exists and we're still looking at it and hoping that something different, some different outcome would come out of this? Because if we don't correct this fast, we're wasting our time. We're like pouring water into the basket, and the water just drains and goes away. So how, once upon a time we thought Ellen White was against mission and in the cities, and now we discover she had no problem with that. So how about locating this highly qualified doctors in urban areas where they can practice, they can make enough money, and then come up with a structure whereby maybe once in a month, or as the case may be, they can go spend a little time in those mission hospitals and give quality service where they may not even find challenging cases such as they have studied about. So how about coming up with this kind of plan as soon as possible? Otherwise, we're simply following the definition for insanity, doing the same thing all over again and expecting different results.
Yeah, no, you said it well. We faced that for years. We've got 25 Adventist hospitals across Africa. My guess is there's less than 20 Adventist doctors working in those hospitals. They become dependent on others, members of other faiths, even those from other countries, and missionaries and so on. So trying to create an employment environment in our rural hospitals is challenging. I don't think we should give it up, because that's where people are. And there's a lot of service that needs to be done there. But then we also create clinics in the cities. As you know, we've had one in Nairobi for 50 years. My father used to work in that clinic in Nairobi, and yet it still has struggled to try to do what you wanted to do. We need to figure out a better way to do that. And I think it's going to end up not being able to have the physicians hired by the church, but have a setting, as we have here in the U.S. now, where you have a quote community hospital where physicians are in private practice, but admit patients to that hospital, work in the clinics to that hospital, but are self-employed. So I think we have to create different kinds of employment systems for the church in order to be able to recruit our own young people to come back and work for us. So those are all the models that we're having to look at to try to make this thing work. And just training more and more doesn't do it unless we also fix the employment system.
I see many hands, and we don't have enough time, and I don't know when should I call to end. Okay, can I have another, maybe last question?
Thank you very much, Dr. Hart, for that presentation. I am P.O. Amanze from Babcock University in Nigeria. And by the grace of God at Babcock, we have a teaching hospital where we train medical personnel. We have a challenge in our university and in our teaching hospital. And that is the challenge of not retaining our medical doctors to function. We train them, they spend a little time in the hospital, and they disappear to other parts of the world where they get better, in quote, pay. I don't know what happens in Loma Linda University and other parts of the Western world. Dr. Hart, what counsel can you give us on retaining these Seventh-day Adventist doctors in our hospitals? We train them, spend a little time there, and they disappear for the greener pasture. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. I know that situation well right now. Just in correspondence today, we're about ready to lose the one doctor we had at Zangri Hospital up in northern Nigeria and don't have anybody to replace him. I don't know how EP is doing now. Say, even though we're producing graduates, we can't get them to come work for the church. And my point is, I don't want to blame our young people. My point is, we've got to develop a better employment system with instruments, with modern equipment, with the sorts of. Let me just give a quick example here at Loma Linda. I recognize we're quite different. But here at Loma Linda, we have over 1,000 doctors on our faculty. We don't employ any of them. We are self-employed. We have a large practice group that self-employs them. We provide them a hospital to practice in. We provide them a clinic to practice in. So they work within our setting, and part of the revenue they generate comes to support the hospital and clinic. But we don't try to put them on a salary scale because they need to be able to produce, earn what they can produce. If somebody wants to work harder and earn more, you can do that. If they wants to work less, you can do that. But we need to come up with a different salary system. We worked with the General Conference for a long time. They are open to doing that. The ecclesiastical part of the church is still pretty nervous about it because most of our doctors are still on the same salary scale as the pastors are, at a higher percentage to be sure, but still basically the same scale. So my personal belief is we're going to have to come up with a different way of employing them, and upgrade our hospitals to the point where they are attractive places to work, not just salaries, but schools for children, instruments, modern equipment, and so on. So yes, some of you now put your finger on a critical issue that we are trying to work on solving. It is a long-term challenge to try to get us to where we need to be. But I appreciate your interest and commitment to do that.
Thank you, Dr. Hart. I think we should let him go. Thank you for attending and being with us for this Q&A session. I just have a brief, not question, but challenging issue that I think we should all think about. Dr. Hart mentioned about Adventist health system so that Adventist hospitals can work together more effectively. And yesterday, as we were listening Dr. Hart's lecture, tertiary educational enrollment is pretty low compared to primary and secondary. And I think this is about time that we proactively look for strategic directions, how our tertiary education system can come together and work together. In order to do that, we need a system and we need budget. And since we have Dr. Hardy with us here and we have a delegate representing NSD as well, and since we have dozens of presidents coming from African region, I think this can be an excellent place where we can start communicating to each other about this, so that how we can exchange students, how we can upgrade professors, how we can share our technologies, how we can share our skills, and how we can share our research outputs. So this can be a great chance, and this is just challenging question. Thank you, Dr. Hart, for taking time. We are very glad that you can be with us in person this morning, and technology is great. It just seemed that you are here with us physically in this auditorium. This is the end of our plenary session this morning. Thank you very much for your participation and staying with us. Please do stay with us throughout the day. We have very excellent programs coming up. From 10 o'clock, you will see programs provided by nursing, pharmacology, physical therapy, addiction, bioindustry, and artificial intelligence. I was just looking at the broad forecast. It's gonna be we will be having very warm day, just like yesterday. But our broadcast looks that we will have rain starting from midnight tonight, and as you know, the tornado is coming up. So let's try to have a good mind and appreciate the sunshine that we will have throughout the day today, because we're not going to be seeing sunshine for sure tomorrow, and I don't know how many days that will be. Okay, thank you for your participation, and I hope you have a wonderful day. And thank you again, Dr. Hart. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hart and Dr. Shin, for this fruitful plenary session. So, as Dr. Shin mentioned, this concludes this very session, and you are free to, check out other sessions, which will begin at 10 o'clock. But for Leaders Forum attendees, we will meet back here in 5 minutes' time. Okay, 10:05, we will begin our Leaders Forum. Okay, thank you very much. Have a wonderful day, and I'll see you again in 5 minutes for the Leaders Forum session. Thank you.
현장을 봐야 되는데 너무 멀기도 하고 이게 이만큼은 와야 될 것 같아요.
네. 근데 그러면 자동문이 안 보이시죠? 네. 아, 네네네. 알겠습니다. 네, 그냥 그렇게. 네.
All right, thanks for your patience and welcome back everyone to the session 2 of the Leaders Forum. And we are already behind our schedule, so I'm going to jump right into introducing our lecturer. Dr. Do-yeon Kim, who has extensive career, history, which would take me a long time to introduce all of it. And he was just so humble and sent to me very brief introduction of himself. So let me just introduce to you Dr. Kim. Dr. Kim Do-yeon is a professor emeritus of Seoul National University and the chairperson of Ulsan Education Foundation. He worked for the Korean government as the Minister of Education and Science and Technology and the chairman of National Science and Technology Council. Dr. Kim was also the president of University of Ulsan from 2008 to 2011 and POSTECH, which stands for Pohang University of Science and Technology from 2015 to 2019. And Dr. Kim's lecture today will be on the futures of university education. So with no further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Kim Do-yeon with a big round of applause.
Thank you for nice introduction. And well, it's a great honor, to be with you in this Samyuk University. I will try to talk in English because for me it's very inconvenient, but for you, for value of our guests, it would be convenient, right? Otherwise, I'm going to talk in Korean. Okay. As introduced, my name is Kim, as many ones in Korea, and I'm a professor emeritus of Seoul National University and chairperson of Taeje Institute, as well as Ulsan Education Foundation. Taeje Institute is a private think tank. We are working for global harmony or sustainability, like that. And in Ulsan Education Foundation, we have 3 different institutes. The first one is University of Ulsan, and the second one is Ulsan College, 2 years college, and the third one is Ulsan Hospital. All of them are supported by Hyundai Group, and all of them are located in Ulsan City. Ulsan City is #1 industrial city in Korea, which is located in southeastern part of Korean peninsula. Well, this subject which I'm going to talk, The subject which I'm going to talk is futures of university education. I take futures instead of future because, as you know, there are many different facets, many different aspects for the future. About one aspect of futures of university education. Okay, let me start my talk with Peter Drucker. As you know, Peter Drucker was a guru in management science last century, and he mentioned about the future like that. The only thing we know about the future is that it will be different, right? Right, I absolutely agree with him, 100% agree with him. We don't know about the future, right? We cannot predict the future. But it is quite interesting to note that Peter Drucker, has predicted about the future of university. It was a lady, it was 1997, so it was a lady 26 years ago. He predicted that in an interview with the Forbes. He predicted that 30 years from now, the big university campus will be relics, so which means that will disappear. Universities won't survive. It's as large a change as when we first got the printed book. That's what he predicted. Well, I agree with him, not totally, maybe 50% I agree with him. The big university, such as top university in the worldwide, Harvard or MIT, Stanford, something like that, they will be more and more competitive. They will be stronger and stronger. I don't think they will disappear. But most of small universities, like most universities in Korea, right, we are in crisis, particularly in Korea, the number of students is rapidly decreasing. So it's a big problem in Korean society. So it's true that many universities are in crisis worldwide, not only in Korea, but also in worldwide. And we should be changed, otherwise we will disappear. That's, I agree that. So maybe 50% for this comment, I agree 50%. The big universities will survive, will be strong, but the small ones will disappear. Yeah, it's simply because there is a change in civilization. We are entering the age of AI. We are entering the digital age. Well, this is a book written by Henry Kissinger, Eric Schmidt, and Daniel Huttenlocher, published around 2 years ago. And as you know, Henry Kissinger was a very well-known politician, and Schmidt was the CEO of Google company, and Huttenlocher, he is currently the dean of Schwarzman College, AI College of MIT. So, they are really the experts in their fields. And I think their words deserve to be taken seriously. But in their book, the conclusion, in very short, the conclusion is that great and dramatic change in human life has just begun. It's the beginning of a great change. Well, more recently, the Kissinger, Eric Schmidt, and Huttenlocher, they have published a long column, very long column in the Wall Street Journal. It was last February, and the title was ChatGPT Heralds an Intellectual Revolution. Right, I agree with them. It's an intellectual revolution. We are living in the period of intellectual revolution. They claim that artificial intelligence, particularly generative artificial intelligence, presents a philosophical and practical challenge on a scale not experienced since the start of the Enlightenment. And education in particular will need to adapt. Education will be changed, which means, and teachers should teach new skills, including responsible modes of human-machine interlocution. Right, I agree with them. And well, you may all know that cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. It was the first principle of René Descartes' philosophy. So we believe it since 400 years ago. But nowadays, what's happened? AI is about to think. Then who am I? Who are we? It's a big question. And I believe everything around us will be changed, including education, of course. Well, education, it's used to be education, but I think that will be changed to this one, education, which means AI will be at the center of education. AI will be at the center of education, and the artificial intelligence market, AI market in education is expected to be 80 billion worldwide by 2030. I know that there are many mixed reactions about it. Excitement, of course, as well as worries and concerns. And particularly, we have many questions about it, but we don't know the answers yet. But which is true is that future university will be quite different from that we have now. And we have to prepare the change very seriously. Well, for the preparation, we'd like to know about the future. because even though we know quite limited, even though our knowledge about the future is quite limited, that may be very helpful for our preparation. But the problem is how we can know, how we can predict the future. Well, that's quite interesting question, how we can predict the future. If we can predict the future, it would be very nice in many senses. Well, it's very, very interesting that about 2,500 years ago, Confucius had taught us how to predict the future. He taught us that, study the past if you would divine the future. It was the teaching about 2,500 years ago. That's why we still respect him. That's why we're still learning Confucius in these days. And which is really amazing is that about 2,500 years ago, he told it in English like that. Study the past if you would divine the future. In China. Do you understand what I mean? Okay. So let us follow his teaching. Let us study the past of a human being. I believe one of the most important, maybe the most important point of the human history about the past is the number of population change. That's same for everything. I mean, if we want to know about the history of automobile, then the first point to check is the number of cars that changed during last 100 years, for instance. Well, this shows the change in world population. And as you can see, when about 2,000 years ago, when Jesus Christ was born, it was only 200 or 300 million in total, worldwide, in the world. And as you can see, it remained practically same during 1,000 years. But it became, in the year 1800, it became 0.9 billion. And in the year 1900, it reached to 1.6 billion. And the year 2000, it became 6 billion. So as you can see, during last 100 years, the number of population, it has been increased dramatically, exponentially. And nowadays, we are one of the 8 billion people. And as Confucius taught us, we can predict the future by knowing the past. I mean, by extrapolation, the curve, we can easily predict that in the year 2050, we will be 10 billion around the world. So 10 billion world, that would be already quite different from that we are living. So then how the population can be increased exponentially, particularly during the last 200 years, during last 100 years. It is due to science and technology. I mean, when Confucius or Socrates were living, when they were active 2,500 years ago, at that time already, humanity or social science or philosophy were so advanced. It was really advanced at that time already, but living condition was very, very poor, so we cannot live longer. At that time, maybe life expectancy should be around less than 30. So the number is very limited. But as you know, by Newton and James Watt, Newton, the 17th century, he has opened the new horizon of natural science, and James Watt invented steam engine, a new technology. So by science and technology, the living condition gets better and better. And that's why we can live longer and longer. And about 100 years ago, Einstein and Edison, they appeared and they further developed the science and technology. So we are now living in a better condition, much better condition than before. So the number of people has been increased dramatically. So we are now living very longer compared to the 2,000 years ago, for instance. Well, very recently, the progress in science and technology is really impressive, particularly in information and communication technology, as you know. Well, it was 1993. At that time, I was a professor of Seoul National University, full-time professor. I mean, full professor. And that was the electronic gadget that I have at that time. I have a computer, telephone, and camera, voice recorder, etc., etc. And you know, I had to spend almost 1 month's salary for each one. But I'm quite rich, so I have all of them. But just 10 years after, in the year 2013, all of them merged into one, right? So-called handphone. It's a 10 years change, which is called so-called disruptive innovation. Everything has been changed, and we are now heavily depending on smartphone for our living, right? Is there anyone who doesn't have smartphone right now? No, yeah? Without smartphone, we cannot live in these days. That's a change occurred during last 10 years. So from now, 10 years after, what will happen? Really, we cannot imagine. Yeah? So this shows the human history. I believe, you know, around 1750, it was pre-industrial age. Maybe it has been for 1,000 years, and for many thousand years. I mean, and from 1750 to 20,000 to 2000, it's an industrial age that we used to live, and we are now entering digital age from 2000. So it's a transition of civilization, change of civilization change. So one of the fundamental questions we have, even though from the pre-industrial age, maybe is expected to be this one: what is a human being, right? What is a human being? That was the fundamental and basic question we have, and that, you know, there are many books about it, on this title exactly. What is a human being? We can read the book and etc., etc. But nowadays in digital age, that's very simple. We can ask it to ChatGPT, right? I asked it to ChatGPT yesterday, and what is a human being? And you can have it, the answer, beautiful answer, elegant answer, immediately, maybe 10 seconds, 20 seconds after 2 pages of reply, very elegant. And according to ChatGPT, human being can be defined by language, tools, thinking, and emotions. Right, it's quite right. But, you know, that is for human being of industrial age. I believe that can be defined like that in this digital age. What is human being? Well, human being is defined as a being with smartphone. Without smartphone, it's no more human being. Of course, language, thinking, emotions, and tools, that's important. That's an important way to define human being. But should be added smartphone for a human being. There's an interesting cartoon, that's the conversation between two crows. One is asking to the other, is that a human? No, don't worry, that's not human. How can you tell? How do you know that? And the answer is, he's not looking at his phone. Right, that's absolutely right. So the world has been already changed. So it's a transition of civilization from industrial age to digital age, which is quite important. And I believe this is the civilization change, like a change from Stone Age to Bronze Age. When we had a university at Stone Age, for instance, then we may teach for our students how to handle the stones and how to manage the stones. But that's absolutely no more necessary in Bronze Age, right? So I believe, we already entered the digital age, but the university education, in most university education, is still keeping the tradition and custom of industrial age. So we have to prepare a new change. So this shows the change in education. Well, in the pre-industrial age, let us focus on students. In pre-industrial age, the students are, as you know, only limited to royal and the noble family. That's education is only for royal and noble family, and the purpose of education is to inherit the political power and the wealth. That's all. But with the beginning of industrial age, we need many people who can work in the industry, who can at least understand the letters. That's why the compulsory education has been introduced with the beginning of industrial age. And in the industry, there are many laborers, there are many workers, and we need also some leaders. That's why university became prosperous in industrial age. So we need some elite education. But in digital age, it's also, we need compulsory education, we need university education, but in the digital age, we need a lifelong education. It's still addition. And well, during industrial age, the purpose of education is to produce workers of uniform quality. So maybe one size fits all education we are now still doing is one size fits all education. But in digital age, personal and individual value will be much more important than before, right? So let me talk about the digital age, which is already around us. I do not predict the future, but it's already around with us, digital age. And the first point I would like to point out for near future, for right now, is that we are living, and we will live in super longevity society, right? This shows, percentage of people more than 65 years old. In Korea, about 6 years ago, in 2017, it was 14%. But in Japan, at that time already, it was 28%. So Japan is much more aged society than Korea. But prediction, in the year 2050, Korea and Japan will be same. Almost half of Korean people and half of Japanese people will be more than 65 years old, which means quite different from now on. How many people here older than 65? Maybe, no, yeah? But maybe in the year 2050, half of us will be more than 65. That's on another society. That will be on another society. And well, this shows already 10 years ago, the cover page of National Geographic. It was published in 2013, May. And well, this baby will live to be 120 with asterisk. Asterisk is, in asterisk, they claim that it's a science. They are not joking, it's science. Right, all of us, all over here, you will live at least up to 120. That's right. And well, this is, again, which was shown in Time magazine several years ago. And well, this shows the life expectancy of American people in US. And well, it was in 1925, it was 59 life expectancy of American people. But 30 years after, 1955, it became 70. It has been increased a lot during 30 years. And another 30 years after, 1985, it became 75. And another 30 years after, in the year 2015, it became 79. Nowadays, it's 82 or 83. But how do you expect? Or what is your expectation about on the year 2045, 30 years after from 2015? Please give any number, what you think. Many ones may suggest, 85 or 86 something, because, from 30 years, it has been increased 4 years, 5 years. Right, maybe 85, but maybe, this is the answer. According to Time, in the year 2045, that will be the year man becomes immortal. We will never die. That may be right. That may be the changing which is now occurring. Yeah, that's true. I believe so. Of course. We will die. Yeah. Second point of the future society, as we all aware, we will live in a super intelligent society. Super intelligent society. It's a lady with artificial intelligence, which is always on, always working, always learning. Artificial intelligence right now has already an enormous power, but when it becomes to combine with quantum computing, we cannot imagine what it happened. But sooner or later, that will be combined, quantum computing and artificial intelligence. At that time, human beings and machines are living together, but which we cannot imagine really right now. So AI, artificial intelligence, is already with us. And for car driving, for instance, about 10 years ago, we were heavily dependent on the map. No, without map, we cannot drive, but from 10 years ago, about 10 years ago, navigator was introduced, and no more maps. Maps are no more necessary, nothing. Yeah. So navigation is a very simple and very primitive AI, even though it has a really great impact on our life, right? We lost maybe very important ability to find the route by using the map. But due to this very primitive AI, so what will happen when we have very advanced artificial intelligence in near future? Well, you may know that AI has composed the music symphony, and well, this is music composed by AI, and well, orchestra is the Brussels Philharmonic Orchestra. They play, and the title of the symphony is Romanticism in D minor. It was already several years ago. So how do you feel? It's great, right? It's quite good. And when it was first open, and maybe 5 years ago or 4 years ago, you know, experts on music experts, they listened first time, and then they said to each other that, well, what the music is that? We didn't hear about it, and maybe it's from Smetana or Tchaikovsky, something. I don't know, but it's a very beautiful music. Huh? And in these days, you may know that there is a Beethoven number 10 symphony composed by AI. It's good. Okay. Well, music is good, but many ones believe that, well, painting will be difficult, because particularly oil painting, you know, there are infinite number of colors. So that's right, and particularly the thickness and the texture, it has different. It gives us different feelings. So maybe AI painting will be difficult. Many ones believe that, and this is Van Gogh. Van Gogh's painting, famous Starry Night. Do you know that Van Gogh was very poor? So he has left many self-portraits like this one, because he didn't have money to buy model. So he left many his self-portrait like that. And you know, recently, one photo with a young woman and the young gentleman, young man and gentleman like that, was given to AI and asked to make a painting like Goho, and the result is the Goho style painting generated by AI. So it's Goho, really Goho, you know. That's a that's changing, you know. And well, the third point maybe I'd like to point out is we are living already in super connected society. Super connected society means, okay, let me give you just the number of internet nodes, internet connected points. And it was, well, internet was invented in 1992. So at the beginning, internet nodes was number of internet nodes were just two in America. And 1 year after the invention, it became 1 million, mainly in America. And in 2008, it became 7 billion already at that time, exceeding world population at that time. And 2018, 20 billion. And nowadays, we cannot count on. There are, I don't know really, how many internet nodes you have. I don't know really how many I have. You know, I have my watch is working with my phone. My car is working with my phone, and et cetera, et cetera. So everything is connected. Everyone is connected. So that's another different world we are going to live. So that may be easily understand by seeing, top 5 largest companies by market cap in the world. At the beginning of 21st century, 2001, it was General Electric, Microsoft, Exxon, CT, and Walmart. That was top 5. But 15 years later, 2016, as you see, Apple, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and Facebook, they are the 5 top largest market in the world. And all of them are platform companies. All of them are trying to connect each other. So we will be further and further connected. That will be another world. So now let us talk about university education relating with the future, with the super connected society, super intelligent society, and the super longevity society. Well, for super longevity society first, I think in super longevity society, employability should be considered as the most important in university education. Really the most important in university education. I mean, well, our current students in our university now, they are going to live at least 120 years old, which means they have to work, they have to be socio-economically active at least up to 90 years old, right? Which means that's quite different. I mean, when I was a student, it was okay, working up to 60 and retire, and 20 years of retire life, and then 80 pass away. That was the life. But it will be quite different for our current students. They should work, they should be active at least up to 90 years, and then 20 years of retire, and then pass away. That's their living schedule. So they have to work after graduation of university for at least 70 years, That's quite different, right? So the employability, ability to take a job is very important. So in that sense, so far, we are heavily counting on the first job after the graduation. That was quite important. Of course, it's still important, but maybe more important will be the last job of his career, of our student's career. So that university should provide the ability to adapt the change in various new jobs. It is expected that, for working up to 90 years, for working up to 90 years old, one has to change jobs 5 times at least, 5 or 6 times during their lifetime. So the basic becomes more and more important for our students. And in that sense, university should provide the ability to continue to learn during their long lives. So far, during industrial age, we produced the learned people. We give them the license, and that proves that you are the learned people, but it should be changed. We have to foster the learning people during their long lives, so that our education should be changed. And in super intelligent society, well, it's a really different society. Knowledges are everywhere. Knowledges are in your smartphone. Maybe almost all knowledges you can find it in your smartphone, and it's changing. They are changing every day. So informations are overflowing. So it's not important to instill the current knowledge. It's not important to teach them to ask them to memorize them the current knowledge, right? So university education in that sense, I believe, should focus on not only for knowledge, but also for wisdom. Wisdom maybe it becomes more important than knowledge. What is wisdom and what is knowledge? According to Da Vinci and Einstein, Da Vinci said that wisdom is the daughter of experience. And Einstein mentioned that the only source of knowledge is experience, which means experience is very important rather than knowledge itself, rather than wisdom itself. So experience is very important. So in that sense, I believe university should provide various chances of experience for students, for our students. We have to provide them many chances, many various chances of social experience. Not, university should open to this society. It's not an ivory tower. It should not be an ivory tower, closed society. In industrial age, it was okay because only the knowledge was important. And for superconnected society, well, it's collaboration and communication and consideration becomes more and more important. As President Hart said previously, teamwork becomes much more important. So far, the individual rush was important. For me, or for my school, for my country, was okay during industrial age. But from now on, that has to be changed. For us, for all of us, we all together, that would be much important. So we have to provide, we have to teach our students for that. So I believe we have to teach for our students so-called social emotional skills, SES, social emotional skills. What is social emotional skills? It means that knowledge and attitudes necessary to manage emotions, set and achieve positive goals, maintain positive relationship with others, so-called teamwork, and make responsible decision. That becomes really important. So let me give you an idea. What is human being? In Chinese character, human being is written like it. As you know, Chinese characters are all so-called pictogram. It's from the shape. So from the shape of man or human being. So many ones believe that it's the shape from this lady or this young man. This is the shape of a human being. But it's not true. That's not, the human being, Chinese character, didn't come from this shape. It came from, two persons. So two persons. One is supporting and the other is leaning on. That's a human being. Sometimes we have to lean and sometimes we have to support others. That's the human being. So, this is a South African proverb I like most. And if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. That's I know that it's South African proverb, and we have to teach. We have to teach for our students that this spirit. We have to go together to go far, right? Okay, let me conclude my talk by quoting what President Abraham Lincoln said earlier. What he said is that the best way to predict the future is to create it, right? So we have to create the university future of university. That's for our current students, for future generation, and that's for all human beings maybe. So we have to create a new university education, and it belongs to you. I hope you can make a big contribution on this subject. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim, for your very fundamental and basic, yet the most essential and comprehensive lecture. And now we will open the floor and take any questions or comments you may have regarding Dr. Kim's lecture. So you're welcome to raise your hand for a say, and when you receive a mic, please do introduce yourself briefly before speaking. So I see a hand right here, third row in the middle.
Thank you so much, Doc. I am Chimezie Oluwelumon from Clifford University in Eastern Nigeria. Doc, I must commend you because I can see you have really spent time in coming out with these postulations. Just as you have observed, there will be changes in education in the future. Even though we may not know what these changes will be because we cannot correctly predict the future, but then the Bible tells us that knowledge shall increase. In other words, you are agreeing with what even the Bible has gotten to say. Whatever the changes will be, my belief is that those changes will not necessarily affect our philosophy of education. It does not matter what the changes will be, our philosophy will stay. The changes will be dancing around the philosophy. Something happened in Nigeria. The two Adventist universities in the country, we have the general education studies. And some of us leading out by God's grace, we have concern over these general education studies because they help us to bring into a sharper focus our philosophy. Courses like philosophy of Christian education, family life education, life and teachings of Christ, the health principles, general agriculture, and so on. And the government, from time to time, will be telling you there are many, reduce the credits, lessen the hours, and so on. And it had been like ping pong. This way, that way, this way, that way. But a few months ago, something happened in the country. The Federal Minister of Education came up with an idea that they will present to every university 70% of the curriculum. Why the university will go back, look at the environment, look at their philosophy, and bring the remaining 30%. And we are on it now. So this gave us the leeway, the chance to bring in all these general education courses. And it was very well accepted by the government. Now, what I'm saying, sir, is this. We need to get ready so as to adapt to these changes. When we get to that time, our philosophy will still remain. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I do agree with you. I believe also, believe and I hope also that the basic of education will not change. That's quite correct. That's absolutely correct. But you know, as I mentioned, AI now is about to think, for instance. So human being can be defined by AI as well as you know, tools, thinking, etc., etc. So we have to at least add those items for our education. Basic should be remained, right? But we have to add that kind of change, that kind of advancement. Right, thank you. I agree with you, yeah.
All right, I see another hand right there.
Emeritus Professor, thank for the presentation. It was clear. I am P.O. Amanze from Babcock University, Nigeria. In 2007, I defended my thesis in Nigeria. During my defense, the chief examiner asked me 150 questions. He wrote them out before coming to the exam. And when the time came, he said, "Are you ready, young man, for the examination?" I said, "Yes, by the grace of God." He said, "Don't bring grace of God to the examination hall. Put it away. Are you ready?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Hey, you are ready." I observed, sir, with due respect. Through the presentation, there was no mention of the God factor. We are talking about humanity, talking about Homo sapien, talking about man. Where did man come from? Who made man? You see, I discovered that from the AI you talked about, humanity is increasing in age. But the Holy Book says something else. The Holy Book has given us the impression that at the beginning, man had longevity. For example, Father Adam lived for 930 years or thereabout. Methuselah, 969 years. And now, he began to go down the line, go down the scale. It seems from all indication that AI is saying humanity is increasing, it's expanding. Bible said humanity is going down the hill. As a Christian scholar, how can we manage the two? Thank you, sir.
Well, it's quite difficult. Frankly, I don't understand quite well what you talked about. Your comment is about the. I'm sorry, I'm not quite clearly understand what you mentioned. Yeah.
In clearer terms, the Bible made it clear that human longevity is going down.
Yeah.
From the Bible. From creation, the number of years we lived were so high. Then as the years continued, it was going down and down and down and down.
Yeah.
But now, from this presentation, you are trying to make us understand that artificial intelligence is saying we are now ascending, increasing in years. So, which one can we accept as Christian scholars?
Really, I cannot answer. You know, that's well. The first point of view is religion, and the second point is science. So there's some how I can say some conflict between it, and we have to agree with both of them. So I can't judge. I can't my opinion exactly. I have no opinion indeed about it.
Right. I think Dr. Lisa has a word to say.
Yes,
Lisa Beardsley Hardy, Director of Education, General Comments. Thank you for a stimulating, expansive presentation. It's given us all something to think about for days, and you've given us a challenge. Thank you. I have two brief questions. Number one, how in this new context, how are we going to balance the need for content mastery? You still need to master the domain, whatever that domain is, whether it's physics or chemistry or history, and internalize the domain before you can manipulate it, create it in novel ways. So how will that be done? Because the industrial method is to transmit and focus on the knowledge. So how will that be done? And then the second part, well, perhaps I'll let you answer that, or I'll tell you. The second part, I appreciated your interpretation of the character of what it is to be human. And I think from a biblical perspective, we would agree that to be human is not solitary, but it is to be in relationship with one another as human beings, and even I think what our colleague here was saying from Babcock University, the relationship, the vertical relationship also to God. So how in this new context will we foster that expansive understanding of what it is to be human in relationship, because the digital devices and our culture is so increasingly individualistic rather than interdependent. So content mastery one, and how can we be more fully human, interdependent in this new context? Thank you.
Yeah, right. So your first comment about domain knowledge and the very basic knowledge. Well, I believe the university so far focused on domain knowledge, mechanical engineering, chemical engineering, something like that. Well, that's still important. But which will be more and more important, is lifelong education. So university has to be changed to a lifelong education institute, not just for youngsters, but for everyone. Why not for 60 years old student? So university should expand their work for all human beings. And the other one is it's very difficult. So. The human being, what is a human being, really? That's really a fundamental question. And, in Asia, there's a wisdom about it that mainly, Americans or Western people, they don't understand. They didn't even try to understand it because Asia was happened to be failed in industrial age. That's why the value of Asian spirit was not highly appreciated. But nowadays, from now on, I think for global harmony, we have to work together, West and East, work together. We know each other. We have to know each other. That may be what human beings should achieve in future for our global sustainability, for instance. Yeah.
All right, we'll take one last comment or question right back there in the middle. Yeah.
My name is Israel Kafero, Bogema University, Uganda. I have been intrigued by your presentation. Yesterday, something struck me. We have a small library at our university. I come here during the tour, and I meet a library that is shrinking. And what they're doing is to expand space for students so they can have good time, relax, even putting beds there, no books. The first time I went there, I looked for books, I couldn't find books. And of course, they're not needed anymore. That is intriguing, and I want to speak like a prophet. If this association is to go on for the next 50 years, I see us having one university, advanced university in the whole world. This is coming. But what is your take on this COVID-19? I wanted to hear from you, with all this advancement we have had, what did this teach you as an individual? I know when it came, somebody made a prediction that Africans are going to die like flies. We're lucky we didn't die like flies, but what is your take on this COVID-19 and the way forward? Thank you.
During COVID-19 period, during the last 3 years, I was already retired, so I did nothing. But I believe, digital age, it's a new civilization, has arrived it was far away, digital age, but due to COVID-19, it came suddenly to us. During COVID-19, everyone was working at home. And the lecture was given by imagery, by Zoom, and the internet lectures it was quite okay. And I know that the students themselves, they enjoy internet lecture. Okay, face-to-face lecture, it has value, right? It has, of course, it has high value, but sometimes internet lecture is more convenient. So they prefer, 70% of students, they prefer to have internet lecture, even in these days. But professors, they do not prefer. They argue that face-to-face lecture is more efficient, but I don't believe it. We have to combine it. We have to combine internet lecture and the face-to-face lecture. I don't know whether it's a good answer or not for you. Thank you.
All right. Due to time constraints, we have to wrap up this session, but thank you very much, Dr. Kim, and I'd like to thank everyone for your active participation in the discussion and questions and answers. Why don't we give Dr. Kim another round of applause?
Thank you.
What really struck my mind was the keyword intellectual revolution. Actually, we should re-theme our session, our Leaders Forum to revival and survival in the intellectual revolution era instead of the fourth revolution, right? To be able to revive and survive in this fast-changing era, we ourselves as educators need to be learning people, right? No longer learned people, for us to be able to actually produce learning students and talents in this society. Well, thank you again, and this concludes session 1 of the second day of the Leaders Forum. And please be reminded that following right after, there is a talk with Dr. Kim Do-yeon on the first floor of John Hall. So those who are interested in participating in the talk with Dr. Kim and continue maybe on with this talk, go to John Hall, floor 1, and there is an usher who's going to lead you there. Manager Lee, could you please stand up to show yourself so they know who to follow? So you could follow this lady to John Hall, okay? And other than the talk session with Dr. Kim, you could now freely attend other forum sessions or check out the booth activities or post-presentation sessions at the main gymnasium. And one other very important announcement. I heard that this morning, many people gathered for the special morning devotional session at Samyuk University Church. tomorrow, there is going to be a special prayer session, especially for the world peace and bringing an end to the war between Ukraine and Russia. And we are joined by the Ukrainian Union Conference president, who is going to share a special message tomorrow morning. So everyone here is kindly invited to the morning devotional tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. at Samyuk University Church. Your lunch is prepared at House of Manna, the campus cafeteria. After lunch, there awaits a poster presentation session from 1:30 p.m. to 2 p.m., followed by the faith and learning session, which will be held starting from 2 p.m. And at 3 p.m., right in this hall, the third lecture for the Leaders Forum will take place. So enjoy your free time until after lunch, 1:30, when the poster presentation session begins. And enjoy your meal. And I'll see you all back here at 3 o'clock if you want to join the Leaders Forum session 3. All right. I'll see you later. Thank you very much.
Hey, 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 hey.
Attention please. Section 3 of the Leaders Forum is about to begin. All participants and attendees are kindly asked to please take your seat. Welcome back, everyone. It's good to be back indoor, isn't it? Now let us get start with the section 3. Please sit back and make yourself comfortable and get ready to enjoy the third lectures, which will be given by Mr. Kim Tae-young, CEO of AI Factory Korea. The former researcher at Korea Aerospace Research Institute will be lecturing to us today about the fourth industrial revolution and the future of college education. Please welcome to Mr. Kim Tae-young to the podium.
네, 앞서 소개받은 인공지능
Good afternoon,
팩토리의
everyone. My name is Kim Tae-young,
김태형입니다.
CEO of AI
네,
Factory.
이렇게
And
좋은
it's
자리에
really a
초청해
privilege
주셔서
to be invited here
좋고
to give a presentation.
저도 열심히
So I'll do my
발표를
best to
해보도록
give a
하겠습니다.
best presentation for you.
네, 오늘의 주제는
Today,
이제
I'm going to
4차
talk about the fourth
혁명의
industrial
어떤 기술과
revolution
또 교육
and
분야에서
related technology
어떻게
and how
적용을
those
하고 우리가
technologies
어떤
could be
준비를 해야
utilized in the education
되는지에 대해서
field and how
말씀을
we
드릴
should
건데요.
prepare ourselves to
어,
adapt those
일단
technologies.
세상이 많이 바뀌고
The
있습니다.
world is
그죠?
changing so
그래서
fast.
사실 AI 쪽
So in the
분야에서는
field
또
of
어떻게
AI,
바뀔지 사실
It
가늠이
is
안
almost
되는
unpredictable how
부분인데
things will change.
우리가 교육 분야의 본질적으로
So
생각해야 될 것들,
Let's
현재
reflect
발전되고 있는
upon
기술들
what
이런
kind
것들을
of
좀
essential things
다각도로
that we
볼 수
need
있는
to
그런 시간이
conserve while adapting
에 대해서
to
발표를
fast-changing new
진행하도록
technologies.
먼저 서론입니다. 네.
Introduction.
인공지능은 무료부터
Actually, applications of artificial intelligence could be taken in various fields, from medicine to finance, but in particular, more so in education field, probably because regarding knowledge, AI owns a vast volume of knowledge. Previously, it was human beings who would spread these knowledges in person, manually, but thanks to the development of this new technology, the education field could utilize this technology. I'll talk about it later, but AI can be categorized into different fields. Task solving and generative AI. And generative AI also could be divided into solving designated tasks, but also there is generative AIs that have creativity that could create something from scratch. So its potential is unlimited. So the education field could apply this technology into analyzing and organizing and evaluating tons of data. Have you ever heard of ChatGPT? Some of you may have, and some of you are already using it. Today, I'm going to talk about the large-scale language model, LLM. As you're well aware, ChatGPT is a conversational artificial intelligence model developed by OpenAI. So you see the ChatGPT, you could divide it into chat plus GPT, right? Chat refers to literally chatting. You look at the interface of it, it's really simple. But chatting interface, you know, the history of chatting has the longest history on this earth, and its interface can't be any simpler. That's why it is so powerful. The webs and home pages and buttons, on the contrary, no matter how simple you want to make it, you need the manuals to explain how users could use it. But chatting interface, it's very different, so simple. That's why it's spreading so fast. Easy to use.
있어서 가능하지 않았냐라고 생각을 합니다. 그 GPT 관련된 부분은 자연어 처리 쪽
So GPT is about processing natural language. I'm going to talk about it later.
그래서 우리가 좀 봐야 할
So
것들은
here we want to look at the speed of development. Previously, knowledges and technologies compared to today's development of AI were much slower. So until the expiration date period of the knowledge that I had used to be quite long. But today with ChatGPT, much shorter. It's been only a year since the ChatGPT appeared, and throughout that 1 year, there has been much change in that technology alone. So we need to keep ourselves updated and think about how we could respond to such fast changes in these new technology and apply and reflect those technologies to our professional field. After its appearance of ChatGPT, there came about many different technological services accompanied with it. And among them is ChatGPT Plus. It's a paid service. So those paid users could enjoy faster and more advanced service. What's notable here is that what meaning does it hold that paid users could be benefited better? See, education should be fairly given to everyone, right? So this issue should be contemplated by us because we don't want to exclude or neglect anyone, any of our students from benefiting from this new technology. However, the OpenAI service of ChatGPT, thanks to the paid services, some of the free services are available. GPT-5 is about to get launched, then the world is going to be shaken again. IP registered now, so probably by the end of this year, maybe, or early next year, it's going to be launched. Another important feature is ChatGPT plugin. ChatGPT does not only communicate with us the knowledge they already have, it's equipped with more functions now. So that you use ChatGPT, you could be linked to many other different services and features. One of them is the code interpreter. It's really powerful. It generates source code itself, and if there occurs errors, it fixes the error, and it even notices us of the final outcome. Even elementary school students are educated and trained with how to use coding skills. Through using coding interpreter, the service generates source code itself, so you don't need actually a developer. Of course, internet is not connected here, so you could only use it for data analysis. But later on, it's going to get advanced more when it is connected to internet. And there is also this program called GPT plugin related to food, shopping, education, and many other plugins. connected together. So you just need to tell ChatGPT, okay, we got budget of 2 million Korean won, and I want to travel to a neighboring country. Book me a hotel and a flight ticket. So then Expedia plugin is subscribed automatically, and it searches the best booking accommodations for you and carries out all the procedures. So it has created whole ecosystem, and it has a very prospective future. After ChatGPT's appearance, to be able to understand how it works, we first need to understand how LLM works, large-scale language model. So I'm going to briefly talk about it. So let's talk about learning, the concept of learning first. You know what AI is, and to be able to use AI, you need large data. And to use that data, you need to use specific machines, and it takes money and time. And such learning is also called supervised learning. And to solve specific tasks, you bring large set of data and make your machine learn it. This has been a traditional model. And after that, they thought of, okay, we got all these data, but what about we take small data, volume of data, and create something new? And you call that fine-tuning. Right now, ChatGPT has vast data and learned it. So all we need is to give clear direction to the ChatGPT to get the answer that you want. So it only learns within the context of your given data, and it knows nothing outside of that data. So it's really important how you structure the direction or instruction. How well you make it depends on the prompt engineering. To apply ChatGPT well, you really need to utilize these technologies as well. ChatGPT has come a very complex steps to come to existence. Briefly speaking, first, human creates questions and answers, and existing learning data is brought about and fine-tuned, and the result or outcome are taken from many different models, and you prioritize them, evaluate them, and rank them, and which one is the best answer and which one's the least. And then you carry out the enforced learning and train and teach the ChatGPT to be able to come out with the best answer that we would want. So you get all these very kind answers and responses from the ChatGPT because the humans have trained the ChatGPT to provide such kind answers. And these elements that are in the bottom requires a lot of money to be applied to have ChatGPT learn all those data. Next, I'm going to talk about the agent. The specified AI and LLM model were two different things, but now we're saying, okay, let's put these together and use them together.
다른 분야에서도 마찬가지입니다. ML 플랫폼
ML platform
사용할 수 있는 AI 모델들이 여러 개
has
있습니다. 이거 기반으로
several AI models, and based on that, there are many services and different platforms as well. And among them, LLM
더 나은 서비스를 만들 수
puts
있는
together
많이
the best ones for personalized use,
개념을 세워서 진행이 되고 있습니다.
and you call that the concept of agent.
이걸 그림으로 표시하면 마이크로소프트에서
So
태스크 매트릭스
Microsoft
AI라는 프로젝트가 진행되고 있는데요.
carries out Task Matrix AI.
딥러닝 모델,
There is the traditional model and deep learning model and foundation model, and the next model would be agent model, is what they're predicting.
좀더 정리를 하면요. 기존에 우리가 AI다.
So when we talked about AI, it referred to a specific task-solving AI, like analyzing or calculating.
태스크만 풀 수 있는 AI입니다.
So its functions were limited, but with LLM model, it could carry out all kinds of functions, and you could apply those functions to your professional field. And now this agent model is about putting the previous two models together to create better service. Among them are RAG service. Humans required two things to evolve, right? Fire and tools.
챗GPT의 진화도 두 가지에 의해서
So, and we also think ChatGPT's evolution will depend on RAG and the external tool linkage, interlocking. So you not only utilize the knowledge and data of the ChatGPT, but the ChatGPT could give you the answer based on the data they have
생태계가 구성이 됩니다. 그 중에 하나를
and create this ecosystem. And I'd like to introduce one of those tools for you. It's called the
그래서 검색
RAG,
생성이라는
Research
내용인데요.
Augmented
나의 데이터를
Generation.
줘서
You give good data to ChatGPT
얘기를 하게끔
for the ChatGPT to base the data you give it to come up with a good answer and response. So what kind of data you give is very important. So RAG-related tool services and technologies are fastly advancing. So at our universities, we got vast data, and it is digitalized very well. And all these quality digitalized data must be provided to our faculty members and students, and it's all about how much efficiently. So you ask a question to GPT, and you would get the answer from it, right? But from now on, you would not ask the question to ChatGPT, but you would use the vector store to ask a question, and then you would bring a lot of different pieces of data information related to that question, and then you would tell ChatGPT to streamline and organize all these pieces of information together and summarize it. That's what you call the RAG technology. So in this data source, it could be a file, form of file, database, or APIs. In your institutions, probably there are a lot of different types of files or data-based or in many other different forms. All of them are interlockable with LLM model. So I'm going to show you here briefly how it works. It's all in Korean, so I have created this virtually. So say there is a company called ABCD, and there is a company welfare and employment regulation and vacation regulation, all different types of regulations, probably created in the form of PDF, right? And you press just the vector store update, and then it automatically stores all that data. And then you press this chatbot UI, and then you type in welfare policy and question mark, and then it's going to give you all this answer in great summary. ChatGPT actually doesn't know what ABCD company is, but you have uploaded the PDF file, and based on what is in that file, ChatGPT analyzes and puts together the information and gives you this well-organized answer. And it also presents its source pages as well. There was a problem or issue called hallucination. It's almost lying, but with this tool, it clearly shows you where that information comes from. So such hallucination issue is minimized. And now here you type in welfare policy, please, and then in parentheses you say in English, please. And then the ChatGPT gives you the answer in English. Maybe some of your institution does not need foreign language service, but at our universities, you know, there can be many foreign students. But what if your institution has all your documents in your own language? You could use this, right? Your original file must be in Korean, could be in Korean only, but when you ask the ChatGPT to translate it into other languages, it just does it for you instantly. That was RAG technology, and I think it has a very bright future of being applied to the education field. Next one is the interlocking with external tools. There are many technologies regarding this, and one of them is utilizing the ability of critical thinking. So you train the ChatGPT to be able to select and choose and organize the appropriate pieces of data among the tools that you have. For example, what if you ask, what's 72 times 3? ChatGPT does not calculate itself, but it brings out the function service. When I ask you what 72 times 3 is, some of you would try to calculate it in your head, but some of you would take out a calculator, right? So when there needs a specific algorithm, you could utilize it, and you call that the React system. React system is all about not only choosing one tool to solve an issue or problem, but to solve a simple issue, you could use many different tools. And in this React system, that is possible. And so, for example, how old is Chosu's girlfriend? You input that question, and ChatGPT has no idea who Chosu's girlfriend is. So it uses internet search functions and finds out who Chosu's girlfriend is. And then it also searches how old Chunsu's girlfriend is, and it'll find out that she is 12 years old, right? So it could have some degree of thinking process by itself. And all these things are advanced to create a form of plugins. So where the ChatGPT does not try to solve all the problem by itself, but also utilizes plugins and different tools. So I forecast that all these tools and functions must be able to be developed better, to be easier to use for users, to become more competitive. So looking at this whole picture, all these things are managed by the LLM model. The sentence processing API, audio APIs, camera API, all these API functions are offered in form of API, and the integration is carried out by LLM model. Previously, it was not possible. You had to have a separate function or tools to carry out all these integration service, and once you have established that integration tool, you had to put a lot of effort to maintain it and repair it. But now with LLM model, all these process has been simplified. And one of them is called Visual Chat GPT. You say, draw a picture of a cat for me. Then it'll do so. And you say, hey, change that to a dog instead. And it does so. And you say, please detach the edge. And then you order it to put into different forms, style of a picture, painting. Or you say, take out the motorcycle from this picture image only, and it'll do so. ChatGPT itself cannot do all this, but if you offer the appropriate tool for ChatGPT to carry out such functions, it'll do so. And all these tools are advancing very fastly as well. Before, it needed time and procedure, processing period to grasp large data. But now, such processing is done in a blink of an eye. So if you put LLM model and with all these new tools together, the synergy effect would be great. I would do this. You give this image and then order the ChatGPT to detach the images of the airplane only, and it'll do so instantly. The highlight of this would be Auto GPT. Auto GPT, you give utilizable tools, as many as possible. For example, image generation, voice recognition, and all these other thinking tools. And according to your need, this ChatGPT is designed to come up with the best response. And this service is devised into the online service form, and you call that Agent GPT. And according to how you input your request, give me a second. I think I have already started the process, so it's not giving me the response that I want. Let's try it again. careful. I already run this test
시간이 좀
previously, so
돼서 안 됐는데요.
um,
다른 것도 한번
let's try something else.
해보겠습니다.
So if I could briefly explain to you what AutoGPT is, when a user makes a request, the ChatGPT knows what kind of tasks it needs to resolve. So it creates subtasks and carries out such tasks, and it searches on the internet and creates a file. And when it has a plan and carries out that plan, it could also, while doing so, change its existing plans too, like how we humans do, depending on the circumstances, right? And what's great about this AutoGPT is that when it implements its plans and when it decides that, hey, it needs some professional tool, then it automatically creates a separate agent that is fit for resolving that specific task. So I can't really show you real time here, but I really encourage you to check out the agent GPT and request it to come up with a paper, write a thesis, or do some research. So it can be utilized for research purpose. So let's expand a little more. Is interface only usable through chatting? No, you could use voice or images. So what if ChatGPT is put together with STT and TTS, speech to text and text to speech? These modules are being utilized very well by existing AI, right? So that you could give the voice interface to ChatGPT. Voice interface is very important for the purpose of pronunciation practice, but also for optimization for your mobile environment. And there could be some times where you cannot type in your mobile phone because you're driving or cooking. Then you could have interface by speaking with your voice. And as educators, you see some students that are, physically disabled. You could provide them this voice interface service. Such multimodal interface is maximized, and that version is called the Hugging GPT. I'm going to show you a little example here. You say, draw a lady who's reading a book, and she must be posing just like the boy who's sitting here. And with your voice, I want you to explain, portray, or depict this image. So then the ChatGPT organizes the subtasks to be able to carry out your request, and then implements such tasks, and then gives you this final outcome. Taking the pose of this boy, it creates this woman's image sitting exactly in the same pose and reading the book, and it also offers you vocal, oral explanation. This one, I'm going to show you how it works too.
제가 이걸로 그 동시 통역을 한번 해봤습니다.
I have tried simultaneous interpretation service with this tool. I'm talking in Korean, right? And it has given me English simultaneous interpretation. And STT recognizes in English, and ChatGPT translates it, and it gives that data to TTS. So let's try it right now. Give me a second. Here. I input in Korean and output should be English.
네, 저는 인공지능 팩토리의 김태영입니다. 네, 오늘 글로벌 행사에 초청되어서 지금 발표를 하고 있습니다. 여러 나라에서 오신 글로벌 교육 리더들과 함께 어떻게 4차 혁명의 기술에 우리가 교육을 적용할 수 있을지 함께 고민하는 자리를 가져보도록 하겠습니다.
We will have a discussion on how we can apply educational technology to revolutionize education, together with global leaders in education from various countries.
This is how it works. Korean into English, English, Korean to Japanese, to English, many different languages available. So this can be very helpful, right? Another example I'd like to show you
이거는
is the one I just showed you used just the simple multimodal. But this one is the interlocking the ChatGPT with the IoT device. This is a camera installed in my home room. In my room, there is a thermometer, and there is also a device that turns on the air conditioner. It's during the day, so I'm not sure if it's gonna be clearly visible, but I'm gonna have it turn off the light in my room and turn it back on. Hello, what can I help you with? What's the current temperature? The current temperature is 32.1 degrees. And what about humidity? Current humidity is 63%. Please turn off the switch. The switch has been turned off. Turn it back on. The light has been on now. Turn it back off. The light has been off now. Did you see a kind of the blinking? See, you could control the IT devices that are installed in your home. But some of you might say, hey, that was possible previously too. But there is a difference. ChatGPT can think. So routinely, it carries out this function and solve complicated tasks too. And you, for example, you say, hey, I want to stay cool. Then it it thinks and maybe controls the temperature setting on your air conditioner, or it could close your curtain. So the thinking ability of ChatGPT, which can be interlocked with external tools, there can be, numbers of different applications developed. So for professors, what benefits? For example, you can reinforce and make your lecture contents better and provide additional answers, responses to your student questions. I interview like customer service centers. When they receive questions, they're supposed to provide the answer. But utilizing the ChatGPT, it gives you an array of answer options, so among which the operator or customer service agent could select and deliver that to their clients. Students are all at different levels of learning, so you could create personalized learning supplementary contents. From students' perspective, it's even more helpful. For example, within the given lecture contents, you could adjust it and modify it and select the information that you need, and you could receive your answers to questions immediately, and you could also benefit from a mentor service. And you could get all these services 24/7. It's really difficult to get immediate, instant answers from your professors, because your professor is busy. So it is very important to provide an environment where students could have their questions resolved as soon as possible. And also, data search, you could utilize that function for your researching. You don't search yourself on the internet, but tell the GPT what you want and do the research and summarize what you have searched. Then the ChatGPT will do that for you. Data analysis, after the appearance of code interpreter, the entire landscape changed. You can upload data onto the ChatGPT, and based on that data, the ChatGPT carries out analysis, analyzing, and visualizing that result. Even if you don't do the coding yourself, you could use the coding interpreter to come up with the results. And also, paper writing, you just create the rough draft, and the ChatGPT will do the rest of it. Other than that, operation-wise, you could streamline your operating system by answering your questions, students' questions immediately, and you could make it more efficient. The repeated tasks in administration area, but such repetition is sometimes blocked because there needs some human decisions and contemplations to make such decisions, right? But you could automate these processes using the ChatGPT. To have all these more systemized, you can't have just one model. So to activate these AI models and carry out quality control, you need many different things. One of them are content control, content filtering.
그 응답에 대해서 제어를 할 수 있어야 우리가 적정 연령에 맞게끔 서비스가 가능하겠죠. 이런 필터링도
So
중요하고
filtering is very
시험
important.
문제도 된다고
And for example, you create an exam question problem, and the correct answer should not be revealed, right? So you tell the ChatGPT to
만들 수 있다고
leave out the correct answer.
그리고 이런 것들이 구동이 가능한 플랫폼들이
And
필요한데요.
for this to be possible, you need
그래서 이
platforms on which
플랫폼들은
these tools could be
자동화
run.
에이전트를 동작하기 위한 각종 서빙 플랫폼 안정적으로 구동이 되고
It needs to be stable,
좋은
and
프로그램을
it
만들 수 있도록 성능
needs to be
모니터링을
able to monitor the function.
굉장히 중요한데요. 왜냐하면
Monitoring the function is very important in AI because it is using the previously learned data, and
어느 정도 성능을
the external circumstances are changing very fast.
성능 모니터링을 같이 해줘야 여러분은
So that's why you need to monitor constantly to keep these tools updated.
교육 변화에 대응해서
In summary,
교육 도구와 방법론들이 빠르게
in response to the educational changes of the fourth industrial revolution, AI-based educational tools and methodologies are rapidly developing. The evolution of these technologies is playing an important role in enriching the learning experience, improving the quality of education, and increasing its accessibility.
어떻게 적용할지 고민하고요.
And socially, it has great impact as well. And in the future, we as educators need to think about what changes we should go through to keep up with these technological changes. And also think about the essence of our education and how we could better utilize and apply these new technologies in teaching our students. And in this way, we'll be able to share our core values together. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you. The fourth industrial revolution and the direction of our future education was the theme of the presentation. Q&A session. If you have any comments or questions for Mr. Kim, raise your hand. On the left-handed side, Dr. Yang. Thank you for your informative lecture regarding AI. When we think about AI, I mean, there are many different uses, right? And I'm particularly interested in application in the medical field. Recently, there was a Korean company diagnosing their patients using this AI technology. I'm a pharmacology professor, and I always think about patients who take medications. And when they ask us about the information about, the medicine they take, I think it'd be very helpful if we could use this AI to provide all these answers instantly. So as an AI expert, could there be a way, do you think, this AI could be used for such tasks that I just talked about, and any other areas you could think of this AI could be applied? Thank you for your question. Let's focus on medicines first. You really need to understand what medicines, work the best for you. It's difficult though, because for AI to be able to understand what medications fit best for you, the AI needs to understand your physiology first. But what it can do at least is that you could show the medicine to the AI, and it could identify what medicine it is based on the data already learned. So you give that info and you give ChatGPT your medical condition and what medication you are taking. And then the ChatGPT takes all that info and makes decision. Okay, this medicine is not good for you. Maybe this one is better. But what we need to check here is that how reliable is that function, that response that ChatGPT is giving to you. So it needs assessment and evaluation by groups of experts in that field. So I think it still requires some human effort.
Thank you very much for this complex subject you have developed. My question is very simple, simpler than the one from Dr. Yang. So my understanding that you have a device in your room to measure temperature and another device to measure humidity. How is it interfaced with ChatGPT to be able to read those measures when you are here in this presentation?
오케이. 지금
See, there is a hub at my home. This provides API. So when I ask a question, it could call out the proper API. That's how I, said it. So when I give a question about the temperature, it calls out the API that measures the temperature. So at my home, there is the hub, there is a humidity device, there is the curtain and remote control, air conditioner, refrigerator, all interconnected together. So ultimately, it's the ChatGPT communicating with the hub, which communicates with the Bluetooth attached to different devices at my home. Any other questions? We're nearing our allotted time for this session. So with that, we will wrap up the session. Why don't we give another big hand to Mr. Kim Tae-young. Thank you. Two announcements for you. As mentioned earlier in the morning, there is a special concert held at 7 p.m. tonight by well-established musicians who are all alumni of Samyuk University. So I ask everyone to please be there. And at 4:30 p.m. at Centennial Building, 4th floor, there is a consortium MOU signing ceremony for the MOOC-based shared university project. So if you're interested, please come to the Centennial Hall 4th floor by 4:30. This closes this section. Thank you very much.
안내 말씀 하나 더 드리도록 하겠습니다. 5시 30분 아이사 정기총회가 이곳에서 있겠습니다.
Another
5시
announcement.
30분에
At
아이사
5:30 p.m.
정기총회가
there is an
이곳에서
ISAA General
있겠습니다. 5시
Conference Assembly
30분입니다.
meeting right here in
다시
this
안내
hall.
말씀드리겠습니다.
That is
4시 30분에 MOU 세레모니가
4:30
100주년 기념관
There's the
3층
MOU signing
대회실에서
ceremony
있고
at Centennial Hall
5시
4th floor
30분에
and 5:30
이곳에서 아이사
p.m.
정기총회가
ISAA
있겠습니다.
regular
그리고
assembly
7시에
meeting
음악회가
here.
대강당에서
And at
있겠습니다.
7 o'clock, the
감사합니다.
concert at the main auditorium. Thank you.